Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. It is Friday. I am Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction. I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday evening, Eastern Standard Time, 5 p.m. If you are watching live, welcome. If you're watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I have some fun questions for you all this week. Really excited about it. Hopefully, you all are going to find them fun and engaging as well. My read for this week is The Dark Forest by Session Leo. This is the sequel to The Three Body Problem. I have been really eager to read this. I've only gotten through the very, very beginning. I'm on page 13 right now. It's really weird. The beginning of The Three Body Problem was really weird as well. I wasn't sure if I was going to enjoy it when I first started reading that book, and I ended up loving it. So I'm really curious to see what philosophy is brought up in here. Session Leo is a very philosophical author. And that's one of the things that I like about him because he incorporates that in with science fiction, which is a lot of fun. I am behind a full book this month, unfortunately, for my reading. I was doing super well, everybody. I was ahead of schedule. I was reading so much every day. And then this week happened, and I had I had stuff that I was doing after work every night, and I just didn't have any time. I had no free chances to just chill and hang out because I was coming home every night and just needing to go to bed because of just having plans with my family, which is a lot of fun. I love to be able to see my family. But now I'm not going to be able to probably read as many books this month as I would have liked unless I just absolutely haul butt. So no idea if that's going to happen. But as always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, grab a blanket, grab something to do during the next probably 4 to 5 hours that we're going to hang out together. Hopefully, maybe that would be reading a book. So let me know tonight what you're planning on reading. I just realized I never put up my banner that says, "What are you reading or working on tonight?" So that's my bad. I was unprepared. I usually do my sprints between 30 and 40 minutes each. So you all are free to tell me what you would like to start with, whether you'd like it to be 30 minutes or 45 minutes. Just tell me what you want to do. And finally, I get to go over and finally see who all has come in. So far, I got Miss Starbuck saying hello. I'm first. Yeah, hi. Hello, Miss Starbuck. I'm happy to see you. Yes, you are first. And that makes sense because of how late it is for you right now. So I'm very happy to see you. Glad that you could make it. Angel, very nice to see you as well. Welcome to my sprints. I hope that you are having a wonderful day so far. And please let me know what it is that you are reading. William, welcome. I haven't seen you in a hot minute. I'm glad to have you back. Hope that you are doing well. What are you reading tonight? Heidi, what's up? She says, Miss Starbuck, I watched Monk first few episodes. I'm going to assume that because you put an exclamation point that meant that you were enjoying it, hopefully. What are you thinking of the show so far? Also, just to know, I do have some laundry going on behind me. That's where my laundry area is, and everything's in the dryer kind of clinking around. Hopefully, you can't hear it, but just in case you can, that's what it is. Nicole, welcome. Hello. She says, "Hi, Alex. Hi, chat friends." Nicole, I wanted to tell you because I didn't realize it because this week has been just so chaotic. I wanted to say congratulations for breaking 1,000 subscribers. That is absolutely incredible. You knocked it right out of the park and in such a short period of time. So I'm sure you're very proud of yourself. I'm proud of you too. Great job. Miss Starbuck says, "Awesome, Heidi. Did you like it?" And Heidi says, "Miss Starbuck, yes, but taking breaks, not binging. Some of the episodes are really wacky, opposite of Murder, She Wrote." I love Murder, She Wrote. That's fun. There's a channel, I may have mentioned this before, called Pushing Up Roses that talks a lot. She covers all of these different episodes of Murder, She Wrote and does kind of a deep dive into each one. And she's so much fun. I enjoy those. And Jessica, hello. You said morning. We'll have this on in the background today. Made a renovation. Boo boo. Oh no. And now have no water for a few days. I'm so sorry. Trying to research how to fix it. I don't know if your systems over there are anything like ours, but if there's a way for you to explain what the problem is, I don't know if any of us might be able to help. I try to do some of my own repairs and do my own research for my home as well. So if you feel comfortable talking about that, let us know. like to see if I could try to help. Nicole says, reading my daily pages in Nat Turner and hoping to finish Armadale tonight. Very nice. Fantastic. I need to watch your Mammoth book video. I can't believe I just spaced what it's called. You all know what I'm talking about, like where you pick a really big book to read in March. I saw that you had posted that video and that looked like a lot of fun. So I'm going to be watching that sometime soon. So you'll end up seeing a comment from me, hopefully by like tomorrow morning. Alicia, hello. She says, hello, everyone. Sorry, I got choked. And I saw you earlier on cat sprints. I was sad that I didn't get to see more of those. It was because I was having a bunch of maintenance done on my car, another $700 day today. So that was not that was not fun. So I missed like almost all of her sprints. And Nicole's voting for 45, which means that 45 will be the first length of sprint that we do. No problem. Starbucks says, I'm reading The Readers of Broken Wheel, recommended by Katerina Bivald. Very nice. Well, I hope that you are enjoying it. It's an interesting name. And Nicole says, oh no, Jessica, and hi. Williams Library says, I just woke up from a very bizarre dream. I wrote it down. Well, feel free to share if you want to talk about your dream. Bizarre ones are always the most interesting. Nicole says, hi, Ms. Starbuck and Alicia. Ms. Starbuck says, hi, Nicole. Alicia says, hi. And Nicole says, we can't hear the laundry, no worries. Oh, thank you. That's good. Ms. Starbuck says, Heidi, haha, it is something different, a lot of humor in it. Hope you enjoy this series. Nicole says, thanks, it just happened last night. Oh, if that happened last night, you're already at 11, wasn't it over 1,100? So you're just like, you're on your roll right now. That's fantastic. Was it the Mammoth video that helped out with that? Like the big books? I know people love to hear about big books. Ms. Starbuck says, I was smart today and I have Mandarin prepared for the hunger with the food talk. Good. I'm sure like I have at least one or two food questions because I don't realize that I write them until they happen. And so, yeah, probably Nicole's laughing at that. And Nicole says, good idea. Robert says, I think I'll start The Cabinet by Sun Kim. Just watch Noteworthy Fiction, Nicole's Mammoth books. My brain hurts. Hello, room. Awesome. Very nice. Nicole says, hi, Robert. LOL. Heidi says, Alex, I discovered Kat's Novels Adventure Sprints this past week, and she really is super. So happy you just showed up on my homepage a few weeks ago. Yeah, Kat she's fantastic. We have such a nice community here of just genuine, cool people and we all read, quite different things. We have different tastes, but people are just super respectful. And I love our little section of the internet. If all of the internet was as cool as we are, I'm going to say we. I normally don't say I'm cool, but we have a cool group. If the whole internet was as cool as our BookTube community, the internet would be a much better place. Angel says, Christian Painter book number 10 in the Nocturne Fall series, Paranormal Romance. Very nice. Well, I hope that it ends up being a lot of fun. You said it's number 10, so that means that you're a fan of those books. So I'm assuming then that it should be good. And Emily, hello. She says, hello, reading Vagabonds by Alofosa Asunde? Nope. I can guarantee you that was super wrong. My apologies. Until my aunt calls for our book discussion on American Baby. That's nice. That's so cool that your aunt's going to call you so that you can talk about a book. I love that. Zach says, hi, Zach. Welcome. He said, I'm reading The Gate to Women's Country by Sherry S. Tepper. It's very strange. Well, good. Is it like Haruki Murakami strange or like a different kind of strange? Because that can mean multiple different things. Starbucks says, oh, and I didn't forget your March promise, Alex. Hope you didn't forget it either, huh? Nope, I promise I didn't. I have it right here, reading The Midnight Library in March. So I have not forgotten that. So far, the books that I know that I'm reading, so it'll be The Midnight Library because I promised that here. I'm going to reading Remarkably Bright Creatures as a buddy read with Kat. Of course, we have The Picture of Dorian Gray for our read along, which is a lot of fun. I don't think I had a fourth book yet, but I would imagine, just as picking something that I want, right, that if I finish The Dark Forest and I really enjoy this, I'm going to want to finish the trilogy for Three Body, and I'll be able to read Death's End then, which would be nice because then I'll have like, I just realized I'll have one long book for March. I didn't even realize that. Because that's a lot of pages. I might actually, maybe it's a mammoth. Hold on. I didn't even think about this. You're witnessing it live. Okay. All right. I know I said it in my library video. Dang it, no. It's 721. Oh, sorry, I was getting a call. It's 721 pages, so it doesn't technically count as being over 800. Darn. Okay. Let's see. So, Stormy, hello. Glad to see you. Said hi, everyone. Currently listening to Farm to Trouble, a cozy mystery. Need to get done by Sunday. Just started today, but 22% in. So I think I can get it done. Very nice. I'm sure you can. Absolutely, you can. Nicole says, I went to bed and it was 920. Yes, people love big books as much as me. I'm so grateful. Oh, that's so cool. I love that for you, Nicole. You're rocking it out. And Kat, hello. He said, Alex. Hey, Alex and friends. Glad to be here with y'all for a little bit. I'm really glad that you can make it, Kat. I know that you said you have to go tonight, but it means a lot that you showed up. Wish that I could have caught more of your sprint earlier on. I was able to get my car back after I had my repairs done. So hopefully I'll be able to catch you more on the next one. Things have just been like super hectic lately, and it keeps getting in the way of me being able to hang out with you on your sprints, and it just makes me mad. I don't like it. I don't like that happens. Nicole says, hi, Kat and Storm. And Kat says, hey, Nicole. William says, I wrote the dream down on my community tab to share it. Okay, I have to go check that out. Just a coincidence. My phone was on and nearby. I had to tell people and record it. Very nice. Storm says, hi, Nicole. Miss Starbucks says, I'm still on the hunt for the Dorian Gray book. Hope I will find it. Last option will be reading it for free on Project Gutenberg, but I don't like ebooks. That is actually the way that I'm going to be reading it. Miss Starbuck, I might be the only one who's reading a digital copy, but I was able to get it on my Kindle. They offer so many classics for free. I know Crime and Punishment was one. I got some others, and so I just downloaded it one day, and I've had it on my e-reader I don't know how many years, and I was like, well, it's a good time. I need to get around to reading some of those digital books that I paid for. And it's easy to forget about digital books because they're all in just one digital library. So if you're not looking at it, then you don't realize like, oh yeah, I have like 100 books on there that I need to go and check out, which is irritating. Nicole says, live action, yay! Kat says, how's your car, Alex? Did you get all your repairs done? Oh, the ongoing saga of my car. I won't harp on it too much today, but long and short of it is no, unfortunately. And I'm hoping that the people that I hired, I went to a dealership, so it's not like I went to like some random mechanic, but that the people who did the work like did it properly. Because when I ended up going in today, I went in and I told them exactly what the problem was. I'm one of those people that like I know a lot about my car. I would never compare myself to like a mechanic who's been working on cars for like 30 years, right? But when people ask me about my car, I know a lot about it because I've been driving it for 14 years. And so I went in there and I told him, I was like, I know exactly what the problem is. I have a caliper that's seized up. Here's the issue. Here's how I can prove it. And the mechanic took it back and he went, nope, there's no problem. Drove it home. I was like, yep, there definitely is. Had to drive it back. And my service advisor who was helping me, she's helped me times before. And she went back to the mechanic and was like, look, every time I've ever worked with Alex, she's very meticulous about her car. She comes in, she knows what she's talking about. Just take a look at it. And the mechanic did again. And he got out like a little temperature gun to prove what I was saying. And he went back to her and was like, I'm extremely impressed because he said that I caught something that he didn't notice, basically. And so I ended up having to wait for them to do the repair And so I'm hoping that everything's okay, at least with that one. So fingers crossed, everybody, because when you're in a really high stress, and you're spending money on a vehicle, it can make it really hard to like calm down after that, especially with everything that I've had to deal with lately. So I'm like seeing problems left and right, like everywhere, and I don't trust anybody of like actually doing the work correctly. So I'm not in a great frame of mind about my car, but that's, it's just the way that it is right now. But thank you for asking. Nicole says, "Darn, so close, sad panda." I know. Oh, I do. I wonder if some of the books I got recently. So my mom um, went back to my Christmas list that I had created. You all remember from my subscriber recommendations, and she bought me another stack. Bless her heart, it's this little stack over here, and she got me some chunkers. So actually, one of those might be it. If I don't know that I could read Death's End and another chunker though, so I'd probably have to pick one. Miss Stark says, "I count it as a mammoth." You're so sweet. Thank you. It's an honorary mammoth. It's an adolescent mammoth. There you go. Miss Starbucks says, "Great, you didn't forget." Nope, I didn't. Not when I make promises. Zach says, "The Gate to Women's Country is about civilization restarting after nuclear war, and they are weirdly obsessed with ancient Rome." Okay. Well, history does repeat itself, so maybe that's not too strange. Lisa says, "Hi, Kat." Kat says, "Hi, Alicia." Miss Starbucks says, "Yeah, ebooks just doesn't work for me. I once tried one, but it cost me a year for it cost me a year to read the book, and it wasn't because the book was bad. I want to hold my book and be able to flip pages." Yeah, no, I totally understand that everybody has their preferred method. And William says, "I'm reading Beneath an Opal Moon by Eric Van Lustbader. Very nice. I haven't heard of that one, but I hope it's good." Kat says, "Big hug, Alex." Thank you. I really appreciate that. Alicia says, "I'm still bitter about losing my first car." I get it. Yeah, I am. I'm refusing to part with her until I absolutely have to. And I don't want the reason that I have to be a catastrophic event, as I'm sure you can imagine. Christina says, "Hi." Hi, Christina. "Hope everyone is well. Also hoping the timeout I put my laptop in worked. I have had you on the TV and I keep hearing all these comments I want to respond to, sharing some. Thank God it's Friday with the like button." Thank you so much, Christina. I appreciate you. Alicia says, "What are you reading, Alex? I missed it." Oh, I'm reading The Dark Forest, which is the sequel to The Three Body Problem, which, if you saw my review, you know that I loved very much. So I'm super excited to start reading this. And we're already beginning, actually, a little bit before in the timeline than where we left off in the last book. So it's kind of cool that we're getting some additional perspectives. I also realized, because he always gives a list of who the characters are and like what their role is in the book, which I think is really cool if you're somebody like me who struggles with names and you're introduced to a lot of characters. That's awesome. He did not include the guy who is one of the main characters of the first book, which I was not expecting. I was thinking he was going to be like a thread, at least throughout most of the other books, but he is not. So I'm curious to see who we get this time. And Nicole says, "By the way, it can be over 800 in any edition, and you don't have to finish it during March. It's just to encourage people to start reading Mammoths. Just a thought." Okay, well that might work out then, because if I can read if I can read the three that I know I'm going to read, maybe get to Death's End if I want to read that, and I could start one of these or like another big book that I have, that would be really cool. So thank you for that. Nicole says, "Hi, Christina." Christina says, "Yay, Nicole." Nicole says, "Thanks, Christina." Miss Starbucks says, "Is your car a transformer?" Couldn't resist to ask. No, my car, I drive a little hybrid and I love her very much. She's a cute little car. I drive a Prius. So Nicole says, "Your reviews always make my TBR list get longer." Oh, that means so much. Thank you. I always put a lot of thought into my reviews. I know most people do, but I feel like I deliberate a lot about what I want to say. And my next one that I'm going to do, actually, that I was getting all my thoughts organized for, is Bunny. So I did finish Bunny by Mona Awad, and I have a lot of thoughts on that one. And like who I think the right audience is for that book. So hopefully, if you like to read horror, you will be interested in watching that video. I'm my fingers crossed I'll be able to film that tomorrow because, of course, circumstances I wasn't able to film that earlier this week. So I'm feeling good about it, though. I think that'll be a fun review. Christina says, Storm, I'm still waiting for that book to come in from the library. Fingers crossed it came in today and I can get it in the morning so I can read at least a little by Sundays live. Oh no. I'm sorry that it's been delayed, but I wish you luck. Christina says, I love big books too. Yeah, I'm a big fan of them as long as they fall within like certain genres. I will have to see if I can brave a thick classic. Like I remember when Alex from Alex Black Reads was reading Anna Karenina, and I'm like, I don't know if I have the the mental bandwidth to do that, but maybe I could. That's the thing is like I just haven't tried. And so if I end up really enjoying the experience with Dorian Gray, that's going to be me having like dipped my toes and jumping back in and being like, you know what, I can do classics. So I'm giving it the good old college try. Kat says, I'm still reading Holly. I have 79 pages left. That's awesome. And Kat, I'm hoping that you are enjoying that it's good. Do you like Holly as a character? Because she is so divisive among King fans. And I definitely am not a good person to ask about my opinion of Holly because my very first book I ever read of his was The Outsider, which was a very odd book to be my first book. And so I liked her as a character, but she's very different in The Outsider than she is in the Bill Hodges trilogy. Very, very different. I was actually shocked because I read The Outsider first and then I went and read the Bill Hodges trilogy and I was like, this is Holly? And, her kind of like becoming the main character of like her own books. I think a lot of people just didn't like that because they liked Bill Hodges. So not sure. Starbuck says, I might read a mammoth in March as well, but I'm not sure yet. I do have a few mammoths to read still, though. Don't we all have at least one mammoth in the closet somewhere? Christina says, hi, Storm. Hi, Nicole. And hi, Kat. And Nicole says, oh, I'm looking forward to the bunny review. Well, you'll definitely get to see whether it's for you or not. And the nice thing is it will be one that has a spoiler section, but I'm going to make it very clear in the beginning part of the video whether it would be a book that you would like or not. So you can figure out whether you just want to hear what happens. So, it'll be fun. Kat says, hey, Christina. And Christina says, I just finished The Great Hunt on Thursday. Very nice. And I'm hoping because it was an exclamation point that was a good, it was a good read. You liked it. Kat says, I'm loving it. Holly is a favorite of mine. That's wonderful. That's fabulous. I'm really happy to hear that. Honestly, that doesn't really surprise me, though, Kat, that you like her because I like her as well. And we do have fairly similar tastes most of the time. And I think it's so sad that people give her so much crap because we're in the minority of people who like her as a character. So there you go. Nicole says, start with a sterilized sterilized. God, this bodes well for the evening. Start with a serialized classic if you try a long one. They tend to have a lot of cliffhangers to keep you going. That's a really good recommendation. Thank you for that. And Christina says, also, hi to everyone else. He said, yes, it was good, although it was a race against Libby. Nicole says, LOL, mammoth in the closet. It's a big closet. Kat says, although I wish that she wouldn't smoke so much. And I'm worried for her at the moment. I hope she survives. Oh my gosh. How crazy would that be? And obviously I don't know, so this isn't a spoiler or anything. But how crazy would it be if King made this big deal about bringing Holly into all these different stories and giving her her own book only to just kill her off and the fan base being like, yes, she's gone, except for us. And just being like, oh, that's so sad. Kat says, we're kindred spirits, Alex. Truly. Feel that in my soul. William says, I cannot read an 800 plus page book in just 1 month, but I have read a 2,000 plus page book in a little over a year. The fact that you attempted or the fact that you did that, you accomplished that, though, is incredible because 2,000 plus pages for one story, that is a huge dedication. And I I do recognize that it can be a commitment if there's any point in a larger book that starts to kind of wane or slow down, it really makes it feel that much longer, and that can be miserable. So 2,000 plus pages, holy crap. Miss Starbuck said, I thought the same thing about the mammoth in the closet. Well, I will go ahead and I will get the first sprint set up here. I got to change my timers. My first time in a little while, I'm doing one over 30 minutes. So I'm setting my time here. Zach says, I like Holly too. Awesome. I love that. Kat says, I'm praying King likes her too much to kill her off, but sometimes he makes decisions I don't always agree with and makes me sad. Yeah, that's true, but you never know. Maybe he won't. After all, well, no, I can't. Who? I almost just spoiled something right on my channel, and that would have been so heartbreaking for somebody. So I'm glad I didn't just say that. I was about to mention a character that he has killed off in a series prior. Nicole says, yes, William, I think that's why the challenge doesn't require people to finish the book in the month as they're not encouraging speed. And Kaz says, woohoo, Zach. And Christina says, I only read The Outsider so far, but I like Holly. Well, there you go. And if you really like The Outsider and like Holly, I mean, I guess I would still recommend that you read the Bill Hodges trilogy. Just know that they're very different. And then if you wanted to continue without reading those, the next one would be If It Bleeds, right? That has like a novella within it and a collection of short stories. I own that book, but I haven't gotten to read it yet. So I haven't caught up since The Outsider and what is going on with Holly. But I got Pomodoro Kitty pulled up, and I need to also get my next question pulled up here. So, let me see here. What do I want to do? Oh, I think this one will be fun. Okay, so my next question for you all is what character personalities do you typically relate to? So example could be kind-hearted, intelligent, strong, brave, sneaky, snarky, anything like when you find a character that you love, usually what are they like? And I will go ahead and I will get the timer up on the clock. Oh, and Kat says Holly transforms from Bill Hodges till now. Yeah, absolutely. And Christina says, I did not know about the trilogy or the connection to the Bill one when I read it. Okay, cool. That makes sense. And I got the timer going, and I'm going to wish you all happy reading. See you in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. All right, there we go. I have made it to page 35 in my book. I kept like mentally getting distracted, but I still made progress. So I was happy with that. Let me know how you're doing. I gotta go back here, find the last comment that I hadn't already read. Okay, I think I found it. So before we left, I asked you all the question, what character personalities do you typically relate to? Examples could be kind-hearted, intelligent, strong, brave, sneaky, snarky, anything that you can think of. What is it? And our first one was from Robert, and he said serious and at times moody. So Eisenhorn, Abram Gaunt, Conrad von Valt. Very nice. Thank you, Robert. That's a good answer. Alicia says, I don't relate to this, but I mostly enjoy reading about morally gray characters. Okay. So do you prefer characters then that are not like you? Like if you're somebody that typically is like law abiding, you're good, a lawful good, I guess you could say, in like a D&D sense, is like you kind of like the neutrals or the chaotic people, the ones that you're not sure what they're gonna do next. William says, a character that thinks and reflects a lot. There you go. I also like deeply introspective characters because I view myself to be that way in my own life. Alex says, hey, Alex, nice to see you. Said hello. Just got home. Oh, wow. I don't usually catch this much of the first sprint. Well, Nicole requested that the first one be 45 minutes, and I was chatting for a while in the beginning. So I'm glad that you were able to catch that one. I'm happy that you made it. How was work, by the way? Christine says, hi, Alex, to Alex from Alex Black Reads. Faye says, hello. I've been working on an essay all day. Oh, no. And I'm running on fumes. You poor thing. Good job for working on your essay, though. How much more do you have left? You said just have the conclusion left. Okay, there you go. Then proofread, and then it's the weekend. And I think I can. Yes, you absolutely can. I believe in you. Faye says, watching the chat from earlier, I'll be reading Dorian Gray on ebook because my mom will be reading our physical copy, her first time reading it, my third. Okay, well, nice. I'm not the only one reading a digital copy then. And Christina says, hi, Faye. Faye says, I relate to overcomers. I'm a sucker for a character with a tragic backstory who hasn't let it keep them down. Yeah, I like that too. I like characters that show a lot of personal growth. I'm definitely like more of a character driven person in books rather than plot driven. Plot driven can be really fun as long as the story keeps on moving and there's a good reason to keep reading it. But to me, like character driven stories and seeing how people change in their lives and kind of become new people and grow, I'm like, those are really cool. Heidi says, Kat, I sent you a scallop recipe in your comment section from your sprint this morning. Ooh, I love scallops. That sounds delicious. Alex says, I cleaned the kitchen in the last sprint and got myself food. Good job. But next sprint, I'll be starting A Heart and a Body in the World by Deb Coletti. Oh, I hope that is lovely. Heidi says, Robert, about a quarter of the way through Tyranny of Faith, starting slowish. Barbara says, Heidi, magnificent series, spectacular ending, no disappointments. And Nicole says, 19 of my daily 20 pages done. Very nice. Good job. He says, I relate to the introverts. There you go. Believe it or not, I always get told by people who haven't either like met me in person in real life or they haven't like spent time with me outside of like work, that people are like, oh, I think that you're super extroverted, Alex. And the truth is I'm actually a very introverted person, but I really like I like having meaningful conversations with people, if that makes sense. Like sitting down and having like a one-on-one discussion with people is usually like my favorite thing. So actually starting these sprints was like a totally different thing to me because I'm not used to talking to this many people at once, but it's been super fun. So hopefully you think that it is too, Nicole, since you are an introvert. Heidi says, yeah, I'm very excited when I sit down to read it. Awesome. And Alex says, I like smart characters, like not necessarily educated or anything, but characters who are perceptive and able to make intuitive leaps. Also, sarcasm. Yes. So, sarcastic characters are a lot of fun. I also like characters. I think kind of what you're getting at is like they have common sense because I really dislike characters who make stupid decisions. Like when you, as the reader, know that they're doing something that they shouldn't, and they know that they're doing something that they shouldn't, but they decide to anyway. I really don't like those situations. I like the people who follow logical conclusions. And then if it doesn't go somewhere good, it's like, well, then you got to kind of figure your way out of that. So, yeah, I can understand that. Storm says 40% into farm to trouble. Very nice. And Nicole says, hi, Alex. Alex says, so basically anyone written by Ellen Emerson White. I love that. Kat says, I like strong characters that are kind-hearted. I can totally get that, Kat. I do like snarky people in books, but I don't like I don't want them to be bad. I don't typically enjoy anti-heroes or people who aren't likable. Like just because somebody is intelligent and they're snarky doesn't mean that they're a good character necessarily or a good person or that I want to read from their perspective. So I definitely like it when they can be smart and maybe a little biting, but they're also nice people, if that makes sense. Because you can have that. You can have all of those things. Nicole says, hi, Faye. And Mr. Rick says, kind hearted, big dreamer, romantic, trustworthy, and what Faye said as well, a character with a tragic backstory who hasn't let it keep her down. I like how you emphasize her. So you like it when you got like a nice, kind hearted, strong, trustworthy female character. I think that's really cool. Kat says, I have 49 pages of Holly left. Yeah, you're going to finish it tonight, Kat. Well, if you can. I don't know how much of sprints you're going to get to stay for. And Miss Starbucks says, oh, and a little bit crazy in a good way. Nice. And Nicole says, I also like characters who like who they are and are self-confident despite the ideas of society. Yeah, those kinds of characters are the people I always aspire to. Is like I have times in my life where I like second guess myself or I wonder, it's like, oh, was that the right thing to do or the right thing to say? And I like self-assured people too. Yeah, it's a great quality. The Starbucks says, item ditto, Nicole. Were you saying did? Oh, okay. I'll just assume you're saying like ditto. And Heidi says, I like characters like Druss the Legend and Glotka from First Law. Very nice. Kat says, hi, Faye. And Christine says, the ditto. And I listened to Harry Potter or the God. See, I just said ditto. So I'd said it again. The kiddo. And I listened to the third Harry Potter. And now he has a meeting, so don't know what I'm doing. But that book did come in at the library. Woohoo! So I can get it in the morning. I love that. I also love that you're still working your way through the third Harry Potter for Prisoner of Azkaban. That's super cool. Storm says, I think I'm more plot driven as I want it to keep moving. So for characters, I just need to like them so I can root for them. LOL. That's fair. Yeah. So like we're opposites in that way, but I think that that's cool. Storm says, Kat, are you liking Holly? Zach says, I relate to characters who break the mold of their society and find solutions in unconventional ways. Yeah, there you go. That was one of the things that I liked actually in the Three Body Problem. With one of the characters in the book, Dashi comes up with an extremely unconventional way to solve a problem, and that can be really fun because you don't see it coming, and it gives the author a chance to be extremely creative, which is great. And Heidi says, Alex, I will leave you the same recipe in the comments when sprint is over. Thank you. Seafood is one of my favorite things in the whole world. Actually, I just went and got sushi last night. And I got to eat my leftover sushi today for lunch. And it was delicious. Kat says, well, I do like Deadpool. Yeah, Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool is pretty fun. I haven't ever read any of the comics. I have a huge comic book collection, but I only collect like very specific comics, and Deadpool isn't one of them. But I've only seen the first movie with him. I haven't seen the second one, and I've heard some people say that they like the second one better. So maybe I should watch it. Kat says, Stormy, I'm liking Holly. And Storm says, Cat, I liked Holly's story if it bleeds, so hoping I oh yeah, and if it bleeds, so hoping I like Holly, but I have a friend who didn't like it, so worried. Well, did they like the if it bleeds story as well? Or I mean, like, are they somebody who's a fan of Holly? Because yeah, we were talking about that earlier, and if they're not, I could see where maybe they wouldn't enjoy the full novel, but I don't know. Miss Starbucks says, "Oh, I thought item ditto was American as well. Haha. I guess we only know that here in the Netherlands. I meant same indeed. Yeah, ditto is a way that we say like, yeah, me too. Like same here. We usually, I think we do two T's, like ditto, but item is not. I'm not going to speak for anybody else because other people may have seen that. I just know that for me, where I live, we don't. So there you go. Nicole says, "Hi, Zach." And Miss Starbuck says, I think it's also interesting to see characters with big development from a little mouse kind of to someone who is then confident and strong. Yeah, I agree with that. It's really always wonderful to see character growth in people, especially big character growth. Kat says, I hope you like Holly, Stormy. Robert says, comics, have you read Paper Girls? I have not, but I know of the comic and I know that people generally really like it, so I should read it. Kat says a third Deadpool with Wolverine comes out this summer. Excited. Yeah, I heard about that. Keaton was telling me about the trailer and he said that it was a surprise, like he wasn't expecting to see it and that he thought it looked cool. So I'm glad. And I also want to ask you all, because I can put up our next sprint here pretty soon, but what would you like the next one to be? Would you like 30 minutes, 45 minutes? And the way that I do it is first person to answer is the one who wins the time. So put your answer in the chat as quick as you can. And Zach says, Hi, Nicole. And Kat says, I think most people know that I enjoy character driven stories. Yeah, that's very true. But again, we tend to like a lot of similar things. So that makes perfect sense to me. Kat won. She said another 45 minutes. Sorry, Miss Starbuck. You might be able to get it on the next one. I know you said 30. Kat just barely beat you out there. So I already got that up, but I have to find our next question. And I'll kind of keep this one in a little bit of a similar vein because the one thing I didn't hear anybody mention was this. Though, Stormy, I'm wondering particularly for you if you like this kind of book, and that is how do you feel about the chosen one trope? I'm really curious to hear your all's thoughts and comments about that. So please let me know your thoughts in the chat box, and I will go ahead and get Pomodoro Kitty back up here. And I'm going to get it started, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 47. And the philosophy is already beginning. I'm actually seeing some parallels in topics that were brought up in Seven Eves by Neil Stevenson. And it's actually really interesting for me to have read that book and have a similar situation and things that people are talking about and see them handled in a totally different way in here. So, very curious. And before we left, I asked you all the question, how do you feel about the chosen one trope? So, gotta go back here. Heidi was the first answer, and she said, The Faithful and the Fallen by John Gwynne takes the chosen one trope and turns it on its head, which was really great. I like the idea of doing that because I don't know what it means to turn it on its head, but it's nice when it's done differently. Faye says, I'm not a huge fan of the chosen one trope. It can be done well, but usually it feels too author inserty for me, so I avoid it. I think that's interesting. So, do you think it's kind of like a complex that some authors have, is like they just want to be the main character of their own story, like a self insert, kind of like a Mary Sue type character, or Gary Stu, I think is the male version. William says, Don't like the chosen one trope. Specialness by virtue of birth reminds me too much of religion and royalty. Okay, that's a very interesting point. I hadn't really thought about it like that. Alex says, I like the chosen one trope. I think it's fun, but I also don't read tons of fantasy, so I don't think I've suffered the overuse of it that other people have. That is very fair because there is a ton of chosen one books out there, and of course, like, the reason that you're chosen is can be for a variety of reasons. It could be the way that you were born, it could be like a special power that you have. I think the most difficult thing in a chosen one book is balance. It's being able to find the balance between the reason why they're the chosen one. Maybe they're really intelligent, maybe they have a special ability, maybe they have like a special team, and them not being overpowered in the end. Because I think all of us have read a book where we have a main character and they go into a final battle or they have a conflict at the end of the book, and it's resolved super easy because now they just, like, they're able to wipe the floor with whoever they're up against because they've grown so much or they have so much power. And I find books like that really boring. I don't I always want there to be a challenge for our main character no matter what they learn or how much they advance. I definitely think that that balance can be tricky. So it's an interesting point, Alex. Thank you. Zach says, I like the chosen one trope as long as it's not too easy for the hero heroine and they win at a cost. See, I didn't even see your comment yet, Zach, but you and I are on the exact same page. Yes, totally agree with you. There has to be a cost, there has to be some sort of loss. I really do not like in books if there's any sort of like death fake out. Like, it's like, oh, we lost somebody, and then it's like, oh well, no, we didn't really. And then, like, you have this cast of characters and nobody died, like nothing really, it feels like nothing major happened, like the world didn't really change. Like, that to me is not interesting. So yes, thank you. Kat says, I'm fine with this trope if done well. The books I've read with the trope that I enjoy are Harry Potter, The Hunger Games, The Lightning Thief, The Iron Trial, and Steelheart. Okay, I've not read The Lightning Thief. Like, I know that's it's Peter Jackson. No, right? No. Percy Jackson. Peter Jackson is a director. Okay, there we go. I was like, that's not right. Like Percy Jackson and like the Olympians, right? So the Lightning Thief, the Iron Trial, I'm not familiar with, and Steelheart, I'm not familiar with. The Hunger Games is an interesting one for you to bring up because I guess Katniss, in a way, kind of chose herself to be the leader, but not really. Like, she volunteered, but then there was a group of people who saw her potential and made her the face of a movement. So no, I think you're right. She would be a chosen one. I just had never really thought of her like that. Good points, Kat. Thank you. Miss Starbucks says, I like that trope, actually. Well, awesome. Robert says, chosen one, not a fan, mainly because of the angst involved. Oh, how will I ever be strong enough? A wide old sage was once a warrior. To be as strong as an oak, you must first bend like a mimosa tree. I like that, Robert. Thank you. And Faye says, I like the way the Hunger Games played with it. It was more of a right place, right time thing. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking of, Faye, is like it just so happened that Katniss had, developed her skills to be able to help her family survive. And then her sister was chosen. Had her sister not been chosen, she never would have ended up in the Hunger Games, and nothing with any of the revolution would have ever happened. So I think that that's a great point too. But people thought of her as the chosen one, and she had to play along. Yeah, she didn't want that responsibility. That's also another thing with a lot of chosen one stories, is like, because it seems like somebody else picked their destiny for them. They don't want the burden, but now it's like, oh, I've been straddled with it, which I think probably plays into what Robert was just saying about the angst. It's like, how will I ever do this? I didn't want to be the leader of an entire people. Faye says, also Katniss and Peeta are the ultimate overcomers, and I adore them. I have not read those books in a really long time, and I have not seen the movies in an equal amount of time. But I remember I really loved them. I was definitely like part of the demographic that those were tailored to, and I read the three of them and went to see all the movies. I like those. I never read Divergent, or any of those books, and mostly because I viewed them as being a knockoff of the Hunger Games, but I know a lot of people loved Divergent as well. Miss Starbuck says, my book is a nice feel good book. I just laughed out loud about things. It's a nice book so far. I love that. I'm happy to hear that. Need some good happy books sometimes. Christina says, read a chapter in an IPB novella while son was in a meeting, now listening to the third Harry Potter. Speaking of chosen one trope with him while having supper. I love that. Awesome. Nicole says, finished my daily pages in Nat Turner, 16 pages in Armadale, and ate dinner. Italian sub. Ooh, I love me a good sandwich. I'm one of those people that I love to eat sandwiches all the time. I actually have a friend at work that he made fun of me because we were talking about the cost of going out to eat and getting something from like a Subway or even Jimmy John's, just like a standard place, and how expensive it is now. And I told him, I'm like, yeah, I mean, I love to go places and get cold subs. And he's like, you will literally go and buy a cold sandwich somewhere. And I'm like, yeah, that's like a staple go to food. Like, guess what I'm eating if I have to go to the airport and I need to pick up something? I'm going to go grab a sandwich. It's perfect. I love it. Alex says, I made it to page 9. I think my brain is broken. It comprehends nothing, and I literally softy enough all my difficult reads in favor of a YA contemporary. Alex, that's okay. Sounds like you have a lot on your mind and you've been busy and you're tired, and sometimes you just can't focus. Um, I was having a really hard time at the beginning, just like letting my brain kind of slip into this, and I like desperately want to read this. So, it kind of just depends on what's going on right now. Give yourself a break, give yourself some grace. It's totally okay. Hopefully, you're enjoying that YA book you picked up. Storm says 57% into my book. Very nice. And Kat says, I made it to page 427. I have 20 pages left. However, I have to pause my reading to get ready for the BookTube Bestie Retreat that is starting in 45 minutes. Very nice. Kat, can you tell me a little bit about that, the BookTube Bestie Retreat? You've probably mentioned it in a video, and I haven't gotten to hear about it yet. So if you want to tell me, great. And if not, if you mentioned it somewhere and you talk about it, just tell me what video it's in, and I will go watch it so that you don't have to re-explain yourself. Nicole says, I don't feel like I've read enough fantasy to have a preference yet. That's fair. And the more fantasy you read, the more you will find that you probably will have a preference. But I think that that's only natural the more that you read of any specific genre. I'm still figuring that out for nonfiction. It's like, what do I prefer? Well, 3 of the 4 nonfiction books I've read have been memoirs, and the one that wasn't was an educational book about death. So I haven't really figured that out yet. Emily says, I don't have much of an opinion. I will say that what would annoy me is if it's too predictable or no actual character development. Yeah, completely agree with you there. Heidi says, William, I think 99% of the time they do turn out to be royalty. Yeah, in some way, shape, or form. Let's just exclude Lord of the Rings out of that, because I love those characters. Aragorn's cool. Alicia says, A Chosen One isn't my favorite, but it won't stop me if I think the book sounds interesting. Well, there you go. And hopefully it will end up being a pleasant surprise because maybe we can get books like, one Heidi was talking about where they can kind of do some fun things with it. Storm says, It depends on the book with the chosen one trope and how the author handles it. I'm not a huge fan of like all of a sudden they find out they're this big deal and can now do everything. Yes. Like some scene in a book where they've spent all their time struggling and they can't do anything right and they don't know how they'll ever like achieve their goal, and then they have some sort of like epiphany moment and now they're basically like a god. Don't like that. I will stay as far away from that as humanly possible. Storm says, I like it when they have to work a bit harder to be good at things. Yes, I agree. Mary Lou says, Hello. Hi, Mary Lou. I like The Chosen One if it's done well. Very fair. Happy that you can make it tonight. Good to see you. William says, I made a point to write my protagonist in my last book to be an everyman and working class. Yeah, those characters meant to be very relatable. So that's awesome. I like that. Nicole says, I liked how Harry Potter was the chosen one, but there was no way he could have made it without everyone else. Oh, yeah, I completely agree. And I also like that there's the implication, there's talk of people saying it's like, well, was Harry Potter really the chosen one or was it Neville Longbottom? Because, both of them played like major parts in like the last big, battle at Hogwarts. But, it was the fact that Voldemort didn't know which one to go after. And I just thought that, like, when people started drawing those conclusions and having those realizations, I was like, oh, that's cool. I liked Neville as a character. I like him and his love of botany. He was so nerdy. Faye says, It's funny, even as a kid, I never watched fantasy because of the chosen one trope, though I didn't know to call it that. So it isn't an oversaturation for me. It's a natural avoidance for some reason. Very fair. I totally get that, Faye, especially if you don't find those characters relatable or you can't like imagine yourself like it. I think a lot of what fantasy is being able to put yourself into another world, envision yourself there, learn about like oh, what am I looking for, what's the word I'm looking for, morals. Like fantasy is a really good way to like explore morals, and that's why we like create fables and everything. And so like if you can't envision yourself in that world, and you can't relate to it, then it's not satisfying. So that makes sense. Miss Starbuck says, I've got to go. I'm really tired. It's 1:17 a.m. at the moment here, so I'm heading off to bed. It was great to see you, Miss Starbuck. Thank you for hanging out for so long. Miss you. We'll see you next week. Alicia says, hashtag team sandwich. Yes, especially if it's a boar's head sandwich, because I love boar's head meat. It's so good. Heidi says, Nicole, bingo. That ending is the theme for the chosen one every time. Miss Starbuck says, bye bye all. Storm says, bye, Miss Starbuck. And Kat says, I read the Divergent series and enjoyed them okay. However, I love the Hunger Games series. I watched all the Hunger Games movies, but only watched the first Divergent movie. Well, Caleb Joseph, I'm sure some of you have probably seen his channel. Everything he talks about is always like super snarky, and he's only really ever talking about stuff that's bad. He does books and he's done some movies as well. And he was a huge fan of Divergent when he was a kid. And he does like a deep dive into that series about like what went wrong and like what happened with the movies. And I didn't know anything about them until I went and I watched his video. One, it's very hilarious to listen to him talk about it. And two, they got really bad. Like, because he did talk about like the first movie was great. Like everybody was super excited and hyped about it. Never saw it. But he showed clips from the later ones. And I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that was a Hollywood production. Zach says, Iron Widow by Zirin J. Zhao is about a main character who chooses herself and takes power. Book 2 comes out soonish, and I'm bursting at the seams with excitement. Well, awesome. I'm glad that that's one that you enjoyed, and I will have to check that out. I really like that name. Iron Widow, that sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard somebody talk about that within like the last month. And I don't think it was you, Zach. I think it was like a YouTuber that I had watched. So cool. And Alex says, I like the chosen one trope in the books of Pelennor, but there are prophecies and she's so overpowered and all the usual cliches, but it wrecks her. She loses some of her humanity and all that power. Okay, I could see where that would be interesting. Again, kind of becoming like a god in a way instead of like a person. Heidi says, Cat Theo James is in Divergent. He was real good in the TV show The Time Traveler's Wife, only one season. Oh yeah, I remember seeing the previews, like they had like an ad for that and it looked really good. He was a handsome fellow. Kat says, there are 4 booktubers, BookTube Bestie, who holds a 24-hour virtual reading retreat. They host one in the winter and one in the summer. It's open to 50 people. I attended in July and had a great time. Wonderful. Well, I hope that you enjoy it, Kat. I hope you have a wonderful weekend as well. I don't know how much longer you'll get to stay. Or you said a little while ago it was only like 45 minutes. So I know we're kind of counting down now. Alicia says, I named my dog Vigo after Aragorn. Love him. For Vigo Mortensen. You know, and everybody has to talk about how he broke his toe. He can't get to that scene in the movie without somebody mentioning it. And every time I just go, Heidi says, Cat, was the retreat at a beach or a lake resort? That would be, yeah, that would be perfect. Faye says, I guess I feel too downtrodden to relate to a chosen one. Oh, Faye, no. By the way, what was your paper about that you were writing all day? What was it for? Kat says, the booktubers are Krista at Books and Jams, Lindsay at Lindsay's Little Library, Sarah at Sarah's Nightstand, and Amanda at On the Middle Shelf. Very fun. I like the idea of hosting like a retreat with a group of people. It'd be fun. I don't think I could stay up that long though. Kat says, Heidi, no, unfortunately, not at the beach or lake resort. just online. Mary Lou says, I envy you going on that retreat, Kat. Oh wait, no. So it isn't online. So like, where is it actually? What kind of place? You don't have to actually say like where it is, but like what kind of place are you traveling to? I'm assuming then it's not online. I think I was completely misunderstanding what it was. Alex says Zhao was one of the authors who was left off of the Hugo Awards and all that. Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you, Alex. That is where that was from. Yes. I was looking at that recently. And it like really shocked me to hear about that because Neil Gaiman was one of them as well. I was like, really? Yeah. Zach says, I love sandwiches. Spanish olives are my secret weapon topping. Yeah, olives are really good. I used to think I didn't like them, and I really do now. Kat says, wasn't Theo James in The White Lotus? Oh, you did say it's online. Okay, thank you. I did not misunderstand. Good. It's been a long day, and if I had just like that had gone over my head, I would have been like, yeah, that's pretty par for the course. I get it. Nicole says, what do you do at a reading retreat? Sounds fun. Faye says, my paper is for a linguistics class. It's about a French-English mixed dialect spoken in part of Canada. Okay, very cool. I wish I still remembered any of the French that I took when I was in college. I don't know if I mentioned this to you all, but when I had those classes, it was very different than when I was in high school and I took German. So in German classes in high school, you know, they take you through the grammar really slowly and they teach you different vocabulary words and, you know, you watch TV shows and whatever to try to like immerse yourself. Got into college and they went, nope, we're teaching you by you listening to French for the entire lesson, and we will be teaching you in French like the whole time. And I remembered walking into that class and being so overwhelmed and so scared because I'm like, there's no freaking way that I'm going to be able to do this. Like, how do you learn a language without like somebody telling you in your native tongue how to speak it or like what you're learning? But believe it or not, I became like very immersed in that class. I took 2 semesters of it and I felt like I understood French better than the 3 years that I took German because of like how hard they hit us in that course. But anyway, just a little bit about what my education was like. But unfortunately, since I didn't practice any of it, I've lost pretty much all all of what I learned. Heidi says, Cat, yes, and he was also in the TV show Sanditon. I have not heard of that one. Kat says, and I will not be staying up all night. The schedule shows the latest is 12:30 a.m. Okay, good. There you go. Then you can go to sleep. Faye says, yeah, I loved it so much when they'd explain French grammar rules in French when I don't even speak the language yet. Okay, so I'm not the only one who had to experience that. I was like, what kind of fresh hell is this that you would do that to your students? I mean, I guess something worked because I did do well in that course, but it was extremely stressful. We had these workbooks that came with CDs that I had to listen to as well. When you're listening to native speakers speak like at a normal pace and you're trying to write down, like literally like spell out the words that they're saying. And I'm a horrible speller in English. So learning how to spell in French was particularly painful. Kat says, we read, play games, make book recommendations, group read discussions, etc. Very nice. Oh, Kat, that sounds like so much fun. I wish I could join in now. Mary Lou says, what is the group read, Kat? And Emily says, immersion is the best way. If you think about it, it's how you learn your native language just by listening and practicing. Yeah, that's absolutely true. I will say the reason it felt more intimidating is as an adult, you know, my brain at least is much less plastic for languages than it would be as a child where you like can pick up, you know, multiple languages at one time. And that's how a lot of, you know, kids grow up being able to speak two or three languages at once. I only spoke English in my household when I was growing up, and we didn't even really like have other language courses. Like I had to technically I had to take Spanish when I was in elementary school, but they taught us almost nothing. And this was really just a major hit on the US education system. Like I'm basically ragging on us, not like learning languages, because if they took it as seriously teaching our students at a young age the way that other countries like, you know, Germany teaching English, or I mean really anywhere that teaches English in addition to another language, it's like we would be so much better off. And I also think that we would probably be easier people to get along with because we'd be able to communicate with more people and understand more cultures other than just our own. So yeah, it just makes it so much harder when you're an adult to try to pick up anything new, which is really just a shame. I wish that it wasn't like that. And Nicole says, how fun to Kat. Faye says, Emily, yes, words like mama and dada, not academic texts. Heidi says, Alex, PBS took Jane Austen's unfinished novel, Sanditon, and finished it. Oh, wow. That's really cool. I didn't even know that that was a Jane Austen novel, probably because it was unfinished. Thank you, Heidi, for that context. Nicole says, LOL, Faye, my Italian teacher had to speak in Italian to explain grammar because none of us knew the words in English. Oh, that's interesting. Kat says, I won't be able to participate in the retreat this evening and tomorrow morning until tomorrow evening because my husband and I are going to see Disturbed in Biloxi tomorrow night. Disturbed, woohoo! Cool. I hope you have a great time. I love that for you, Kat. You got a bunch of fun stuff going on right now. I had a lot of fun stuff going on earlier in the week, and I have a family gathering I get to go to tomorrow, where a family is making tacos, and it's going to be great. And I'm excited about it because I haven't gotten to spend time with like a big portion of my family since Christmas. So feels like it's been ages. But now is the time where I must ask, put it in the chat, what length of time are we doing for our next sprint? First person to answer gets it, whoever you are. Go, 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 go. Who's gonna put it first? I feel like I need to be like Alex Trebek, rest in peace, and play Jeopardy music as I wait. Oh, there we go. William got it first, and Alex agreed. 30 minutes. So there we go. It'll be 30 minutes on the next one. Thank you very much. And Kat says, well, my friends, I'm signing off. I enjoyed hanging out with y'all. Thanks for sprints, Alex. Happy weekend, everyone. Thank you, Kat. So happy you hung out with us, and I hope you have a wonderful time. Talk to you soon. And Nicole says she asked for a preposition from the sentence and we didn't know, but when she asked for the prepositione, we found it. Don't ask, mental block. And I know that I did not pronounce that correctly, and I am perfectly okay accepting my defeat. Zach said 45. Maybe next time, Zach. And Nicole says, bye, cat. All right, everybody. That means that I gotta really quickly, I gotta change the settings for the sprint time back to 30. Super easy, no problem. And I also have to give you a new question here. So what's it gonna be? Oh, I'll like this one. Okay. So tell me, do you think it's a spoiler if someone tells you there's a plot twist? And do you look for the twist? And Nicole says, you did. Wait, I actually pronounced it correctly. Huzzah! I did it! That's amazing. That's my one victory for the day. All right, everybody. I will get the kitty pulled back up and I will start the timer. Put your answers in the chat whenever you feel up for it. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I am doing pretty okay tonight, I would say. I made it to page 56. And before we left, I asked you all the question, do you think it's a spoiler if someone tells you there's a plot twist, and do you look for the twist? I was really curious to hear people's answers to this question, mainly because I'm somebody who posts reviews. I had it brought up to me in another booktuber's video, Melinda at a web of stories, about how like just saying that something has a plot twist is a spoiler in itself, and I'd never really considered that before. And I don't know if I've had any reviews yet where I talk about plot twists, but like your all's responses to this question is really going to help me figure out whether I say that in the future in reviews. So, Nicole was the first one. She said, yes, plot twists are spoilers. They work based on the element of surprise. Okay. Faye says, yes. Oh, my brain is terrible. If I know a twist is coming, it's really hard for me to be surprised by it. I have to read it analytically instead of for fun. Boo. That makes perfect sense. I get that. Mary Lou says, I think it can be a spoiler if it makes you just look for the twist. I prefer not to know ahead of time. Hey, Alex says, not a spoiler, and yes, I look for the twist, but usually you get the vibe that there's going to be a twist in a book anyway. Okay. Interesting perspective. Zach says, learning there is a twist can ruin a book for me, but not always. I do avoid saying it has one, even when it's the best part. Okay. Very nice. Robert says, plot twist. If someone mentions it, then I'm wondering, is this where it happens? The less I know, the better. Emily says, I assume any plot based focused book will have a twist. So, no, I don't consider it a spoiler or read looking for it. Okay. So, if plot based focused book, you saying that for whatever reason brought into my mind like specific genres like a thriller or like a mystery, because to me those are genres where I am inherently looking for a spoiler. Like I go into it, or not a spoiler, excuse me, a plot twist, and I go into it assuming that there could be a twist. So I'm like just naturally look for one. In other genres like horror, that's not necessarily true because like you could have one or you might not. So I'm curious if that could impact anybody as well. Like if somebody is recommending you read a thriller and they're like, "Oh, there's a plot twist." How many thrillers would you read where there is one? I would imagine a considerable amount. So I don't know. That's kind of another question. Emily says, I also assume they will have more than one twist. Okay. Faye says, I'm going to have to edit this paper tomorrow. I have no brains. I'm sorry. Is staring at the wall being productive? I think I'll stare at the wall for this sprint. Staring at the wall is productive in giving your brain a rest. How about that? You're giving yourself a chance to just not think about it for a little bit, which honestly can help with productivity. So you probably should put it away. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I just am speaking as a former college student that, sometimes not staring at it is the best thing. Because also, if you're editing, you can't see your mistakes, typos, grammar, things that you could write better immediately after you've written them. You have to step away from them for a while. Alicia says, I prefer to know nothing, not even the idea of a plot twist. Okay, William says, I don't think it's a spoiler. However, I do want to discuss books defined by their twists so much. It's almost impossible to review them without spoilers. Yeah, I agree. There are just some books that are really difficult to talk about because the second that you get into the meat and potatoes of like anything with the plot, you're giving the whole thing away. And so you have to kind of speak in generalities. I think some people enjoy that in reviews because it leaves the mystery. It's like, oh, what is this book? And other people are like, why can't you tell me more about it? I've definitely had those experiences. So I don't know. Heidi says, Booktube is a trade off. Sometimes you may get too much info in a chat or a review, but it's better than not knowing about the book at all. Okay, so your argument is like, as long as it's a good book and I get to know about it, if I end up learning just a little bit too much, it was still worth it. So, okay, that's good. Alex says, made it to page 22. Good job. Nicole says, 10 audio chapters left in my book. Very nice. And you said, I'd say a plot twist is a spoiler review. Okay. And Alex says, I think if anyone believes hearing there's a plot twist is a spoiler, they really shouldn't be watching reviews for a book you haven't read. Okay. Just in case like somebody could potentially mention it, that it might end up ruining it for you. So it's like, just in your opinion, it'd be better to just stay away from anybody talking about it at all, and read it for yourself first and then go back maybe and see what other people were saying about it. It's interesting, Alex, that you kind of bring that idea up, because there have definitely been books that I am like so afraid of like learning anything about it for the fear that there could be unintentionally a spoiler. Even if there's a spoiler free review, I will just avoid it because I'm like, I just don't tell me. There's some books I'm definitely not like that, but others, like The Three Body Problem. The Three Body Problem, I stayed away from everything dealing with that series. The only thing that I knew about it was that it was incredibly popular and it was highly regarded. And I was like, cool, I'm going to go into it. I, of course, ended up making a review, but I also know that there might be other people like me who wouldn't want to watch it until after they read the book, which I think is totally fair. Christina says, I spent that sprint chatting on the Booktroverts sprints. We were trying to help at Read with Dr. B. Vanessa get her birthday wish of 1,000 subs. She's only 5 away. Oh, that's really cool. I am reasonably certain that I'm already subscribed to her channel because I get her, because I get the notifications for her lives when they start. So I know that I'm subbed to her. So, if y'all want to go and check that out, go and check out her channel. She's cool. Christina, can you help me really quick with something regarding her channel too? Because I know that you all talk about the spreadsheet that is on her page that shows like all the different booktube channels and people who have sprints. I went and I found mine, but I couldn't add a note to say that like, oh yeah, mine are 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Fridays. And I was like, is there any way to get that added? I don't want it to be like a major hassle for anybody. And maybe it was because I was trying to do it on my phone. I don't know. But if you can tell me how to add that, I'd like to like have my entry officially on the list. Just throwing that out there. Nicole says, I agree with Alex insofar as I don't watch standalone book reviews until after reading a book. Okay. Does that count if a review is considered spoiler free? Like if there's something on there that says spoiler free review? Because I know that you watched my one for Red Rising, but I was sure to put on there like, I don't ruin the plot of anything, right? So I was just curious if that makes a difference. And Nicole says, fun, Christina. Wish I could subscribe again. And Zach says, I'm almost done with The Gate to Women's Country. It has good stuff, but it was published in 1988, and some of it has aged like milk. For example, it's quite homophobic. Oh, I don't like that. Yeah, I don't like that at all. So, I mean, I'm glad that there are other elements of the book that are good, but yeah, you kind of have to take some things and just look at them and say, yeah, they were a product of the times. Doesn't make it right, but it's a product of the time. Alex says, I feel like I phrased that in a condescending way, but that's not how I meant to. LOL, my brain is tired. No worries. It's okay. This is a safe space to talk about things, and people are allowed to disagree. That's the other thing too. If people can explain their opinion, you're allowed to disagree. Alicia, hello, welcome. You said hello, Alex. Hello, everyone. Just joining in. Finished dinner, pizza. Woohoo! I have to pick a new book to read. Ha ha! Very fun. Do you have some ideas of what you're wanting to read? Whenever people tell me this, I always like to play a game of and you don't have to do this, but if you want to, you can tell me like whatever books you have in mind. Like if you have like 2 or 3 picked out that you're like interested in reading, and I'll just pick one at random, and you could try that one. I've done that with 2 people so far on my lives, and it's been fun. Faye says, yeah, usually upsets me if it's a plot twist in a literary fiction or something you're not expecting one in. But if people keep talking about the twist in a thriller, I get a feel for what it is. Okay, yeah, that's very fair. I know Nicole in your video you made recently about the annoyed tag that you were talking about. And you actually mentioned this in one of your lives as well, but there was a classic that you were reading that had a note, like a footnote in it, and it ended up spoiling like a character's death for you. And it's like that would be the absolute worst, like kind of spoiler that you could get because it's like within the book that you're reading. So and then a classic too, like where you might not necessarily see something like that coming, that would be terrible. um just I would hate that. um and Alicia says, I don't want to know if there's a plot twist in the book. I would rather go in not knowing and finish out in real time while reading. Okay, very fair. This is really helping me, everybody. So thank you for answering honestly. If I ever have a book that I read where there's like some type of twist, if it's not specifically in a spoiler section of the review where I'm like, if you're here, you've either already read it or you don't care, right? That's different. But like if I was giving like a spoiler free review, I would not say this has a plot twist in it now after having this conversation. So thank you. Faye says, so true, Heidi. I need to know enough about a book from BookTube or Goodreads to know it's worth reading so I can excuse some spoilers in return. Yeah, I think some people view different aspects of a book as being spoilery. Like, I don't know. I think sometimes for me, if I learn about anything more than just what's in the first like 30 pages, I'm like, man, they kind of like gave a lot of the plot away. But it also depends on how much of a book takes place maybe in like one setting or with a certain set of characters. I'm not explaining myself very well because I have examples that I'm like thinking of specifically in my head right now. But I've had times where I've listened to people give a review and I'm like, oh, that was a totally non-spoiler review. And then I'll go and I'll read a book and be like, they literally just told me like everything about this and I didn't realize it. But backs of books have done that too. If you've ever read the back of a book and like the person doing the dust copy, it's like nobody told them, hey, maybe don't give everything away. I hate it when that happens too. That's a pet peeve of mine. Storm says, I don't mind if they say there's a plot twist as long as they don't say what the twist was. Okay. Jamie says, hello. Hi, Jamie. Just got settled in finally. Hope everyone is well. I hope you are well as well, Jamie. And Christina says, when Vanessa reaches 1,000, she's going to do a rap. Oh, that would be great. I'm rooting for her, wishing her the best so she can rap her heart out. Nicole says, I have poor short-term memory, so 90% of the time I won't remember anything said. Faye says, handy, Nicole. I wish I could forget things. That would be very convenient for me. Alex says, I think if people want to go into books knowing so little, why watch a 10+ minute video discussing the book, even if it avoids major spoilers? Minor things will always be spoiled to some degree. Yeah, and I think that that's a fair point as well. And it probably also depends on the person that they're listening to because, you know, some people are always going to give more details than others and maybe about certain elements of a book. So I don't know, that might have something to do with it too. Emily says, I suppose how people define twists. A plot twist to me just means that something unexpected happens. Spoilers to me are things that the author intended the audience to discover themselves. Okay. Now those two things you could argue like can overlap, right? Like it's kind of like a Venn diagram. Like not every spoiler is a plot twist and but is every plot twist a spoiler? I'm trying to figure out like how that would work cuz I would argue that any any plot twist that is told to you from a book would definitely be a spoiler, but not every spoiler from a book is equivalent to a plot twist. So but that's just my 2 cents on that. But I really like the way that you put that, Emily. Thank you. Jamie says, I think knowing that there is a twist is not enough to be a spoiler. Okay. Emily says, if the twist is something the author didn't want the reader to know, then that would be a spoiler to me. Okay, there you go. Okay, perfect. So, yeah, you answered my question there. Christina says, I can do it. There are 3 of us that can change things. Are you talking about the first page or every time your sprints are listed? It was the section where it has, gosh, I'm sorry, Christina. It's where you have all the names listed on the left-hand side, and my channel's there, which I really appreciate. You all added me, thank you. And then there's the box on the right-hand side where people put when they regularly sprint. And I was hoping that I could get a slot on there that says Fridays 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then if anybody ever is like looking for sprints and they check out that spreadsheet, that they'll know, like, oh, on Fridays there's somebody who does them. So if you can add it, cool. And if not, no hard feelings. I get it. That's time out of your own schedule to do that. Faye says, it doesn't take 10 plus minutes for someone to say, and then I read blank, and the plot twist was skip, skip, skip. Nicole says, even if it's spoiler free, I won't watch it unless I'm really unsure. I thought the Red Rising had spoiler stuff in it, but I really wanted more info on the book. So you thought that even though I put that it was spoiler free, that there were still spoiler things in it, or you thought going into it that it was going to be more of a spoiler review? I'm curious about that. Alicia says, have you read Strange the Dreamer? No, I have not yet, but I have heard of it. And Christina says Fridays, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard, or did you say Friday, 5 to 9? No, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard. Yeah, because my sprints usually last anywhere between 4 and 5 hours, so I don't want to tell people like what the cutoff time is. But yeah, they definitely start at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you, Christina. Nicole says, LOL, Faye, that's me when I hear someone saying the name of the book I really want to read. I love X book. Skip, skip, skip. Faye says, Nicole, the amount of times I have to skip as soon as I hear the word babble. Oh, yeah, I got to read that one too. And I also don't know anything about it. So I get that. And I do that as well in certain cases. If it's like a longer review where people are doing a wrap up and they're like, these are all the books that I read this month, I might skip over like a book that I'm interested in hearing about. And in that case, I probably wouldn't click on like an individual review for one book, which I know is what Alex was talking about. Like if you're clicking on a book that's specifically for one, or clicking on a video, excuse me, that's specifically for one book. And Nicole says, it was the worst. It was out of the blue, and I felt like an end note, middle finger. Oh, yeah, for that classic that you were reading. Mary Lou says, I stopped reading intros to classics because they so often comment on major plot turning points and spoil the book. Oh, that's really interesting. Yeah, so I have some books that are like that. Actually, all of the Folio Society editions that I own, they all have a foreword by another author who is like a fan of, their writing, and they were asked by Folio Society to do the intro. And a lot of times they do. They end up explaining like the meaning of the book and the history behind it and why it's a classic and some of the things that happen. And yeah, I wasn't even like that wasn't in the forefront of my mind, Mary Lou, but you're absolutely right. Like sometimes they kind of just lay it out for you. And Nicole says, LOL, same. Alex says, I avoid everything about classics because I don't trust anyone not to spoil them. That's fair. I was really concerned with like the picture of Dorian Gray video because I was like, I didn't know how much I could or should say about it. So I just went with what my gut told me. Probably was the wrong answer, but I did my best. And Nicole says, same, Faye and Mary Lou. Jamie says, I'm trying to decide which to start reading first tonight. Bring Up the Bodies by Mantle, 11/22/63 by King, or Gone with the Wind by Mitchell. I will finish all 3 this month. Well, I have read 11/22/63, so that's the only one of those that I have read. But because you're going to read all of them anyway, I am very curious about this Bring Up the Bodies, just because I think that that's a cool title. So maybe go with that one if you want to, but that would be the one that I would pick. Nicole says, I try not to go past the exposition of a book if I'm doing a short review. If I did a single book review, I'd say everything. Yeah, absolutely. Alicia says, I have a lot of options, but the three most accessible right now: the American Roommate, the American Roommate Experiment, Empire of the Vampire, and the First Grave on the Right. Oh, okay, that's fun. The First Grave on the Right sounds cool. I like that one. So, and I just realized Jamie might not have been asking me to pick a book, but I realized that I did. And Alicia, I'm doing the same for you. Sorry. Yeah. First Grave on the Right. I don't know if that makes me morbid. I just like that title. Robert says there are huge spoilers in the blurb or inside folds of books. There absolutely can be, depending on who was writing them. And you know what's funny is whenever I see that, I feel like I always know that the person who ended up writing that was somebody who read the book prior. Because if you've ever read a book blurb where somebody wrote it and then you're like, nothing that I read in this blurb has anything to do with the book that I actually picked up, it felt like false advertising. I The reason I say this is because I interned at a book publisher, and I actually was the one that was writing the press releases for the press kits about books. And I didn't do any like dust jacket writing, but I can tell you that you do not have the time to be able to read all of the books that you are writing about because you're dealing with deadlines. And I actually experienced from the manager that I was working under that I had done all this research. I had looked at all the notes. I had seen what the author wrote about their own book, how they were advertising it, what they wanted stuff to say. And I went through and I actually started reading the book. Like I was reading the whole thing. And I went and I wrote out this like really beautiful press release, and I gave it to the manager and he completely rewrote it. And everything that he said about the book that he changed from my writing was wrong. And it didn't represent the book accurately at all. And I remember how I was like viscerally upset because I was like, oh, this is how that happens. Because there are people who don't read it, and then they're the ones that are allowed to write the press material and the book blurbs. And it's like, that's heartbreaking. And it's also just not fair to the people who are buying the book because then you're not reading the thing that you think that you are. Nicole says, bring up the bodies. Hey, yay, I was another person. Got another person who said that. And Nicole, good definition, Emily. And Mary Lou says, bring up the bodies sounds intriguing. Woohoo! Jamie says, yeah, if I don't want spoilers, I don't read, watch reviews of the books. And if nothing unexpected happens, that sounds like a dull book. Heidi says, Alex, what did you think of Dune with those epigraphs at the start of every chapter? It felt a little bizarre to me. I have yet to read Dune, Heidi. I have my beautiful copy back there, and that's actually one that I'm going to be reading this year. Now, Keaton is a huge Dune fan, and he owns all of them, and he has read all of them. And he has talked to me about them, not in like a spoiler way, but he's expressed to me like the ways in which they're written and the fact that they have the huge glossaries on the back. So he kind of was like warning me before I read it of like, this is what you're going to experience. But he said that it's absolutely worth it. So yes, I will be reading it this year. I'm really looking forward to it. I have a I have a good feeling about it. Honestly, like Keaton and I have very similar reading tastes. So the fact that he enjoys it and tells me that I'm going to like it makes me feel like I am. But I told him I'm nervous about reading Dune because one, that like what you described and the things that he's told me about it, I'm like, well, if I don't end up liking it, I'll be crucified, you know? And that wouldn't change how I feel about it regardless. Like you can't make yourself like a book. So I'm just hoping that I genuinely really do, but I probably will, truthfully. Nicole says, it's the welcome sheet, Christina. And Christina says, I added that, Alex. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. And Nicole said, yay. Christina says, that's what I do. I love to share and support. So no worries. Well, you are awesome. You are fabulous, my friend. Faye says, I rarely watch one book review videos because I've almost never read the book yet. Well, Faye, guess what book I'm doing a review on next, buddy? It's Bunny. And I have all of my notes, all of my like mental, just, it's, That's going to be an interesting review. It's going to have the beginning is going to be no spoilers, and then the end I'm going to do all the spoilers. So you will absolutely be able to watch that if you want to. And I'm hoping that you would enjoy it. I've thought about you the entire time that I have been reading the book. Nicole said, intros are more introductions to studying the books as opposed to preparing to read the books for the first time. Okay, that's good to know. And Jamie says, I usually don't read introductions and forewords, but when I do, they're usually full of spoilers. But for the most well known classic, people talk about them a lot, so they're already well spoiled. Yeah, there definitely are a lot that have been. I would like to one day read Gone with the Wind. That's also a book that's like very far out on my TBR, but it is a hope that I will get to it. It's quite thick, but I know quite a bit about the story, even having never read it. So I'm kind of curious how the book will compare to what I know of it, like what people have said. And like I saw clips of the movie one time. So but never the whole thing. Storm says, I'm very forgetful, so I could probably watch a video and they say something spoilery, and then by the time I have forgotten, I have reread mysteries and not remembered the killer. Oh, that's funny. Thank you, Storm. Nicole says, anyone else think of Dos Equis every time they hear the phrase, I don't usually, but when I do? You know, it's so sad that they ended up getting rid of him. I loved the Dos Equis guy, and the reason that they don't do those commercials anymore is because they were trying to appeal to millennials. And I'm here to tell you right now that as a millennial, I thought he was great. And their commercials became super boring after the fact, and they actually cut his contract on him. And I did not think that that was okay. And I just remember him fondly. He's like a meme now for our generation. It's like, you remember the Dos Equis guy? JB says, Storm reads, I do that with Agatha Christie books a lot. I must have read just about all of her books, but when they are rereads, I still rarely remember who the murderer was. Well, there are also a lot of them, so that probably helps. Alex says, I usually only read the first half of the book blurb or just the first paragraph. The whole thing is usually too much. Good to know. Alicia says, First Grave on the Right by Dorinda Jones. First sentence of synopsis, Charlie Davidson is a part-time private investigator and full-time Grim Reaper. Well, this will be a wild ride. Thanks. I hope it is, and I hope it's a happy one. Nicole says, yes, I read Valette, and the back of the book referenced things that didn't happen until the last quarter of the book. That's terrible. Mary Lou says, Storm, I reread Mysteries too. People think it's odd, but I enjoy it even if I do remember the end. Fun to try to spot the clues you missed. Yeah, I mean, people do that in movies. I mean, if you can go back and rewatch a movie that had like a twist in it that you were like, oh, that's crazy. I never paid attention to that. Why can't you do that in books? And I guess people would say rereading the book takes more time, but I don't know. If you really loved it, why not? And Nicole says, I agree. Alex Black reads. Emily says, are you reading all the Dune books? Aren't there a bunch? I'm going to start with the first one, and then we're going to go from there. I really do have a good feeling about it, but he owns all of them, so if I want to read them, I can. That's the beautiful joy of having a partner that also really enjoys reading as we trade books. That's how he got to have his first Stephen King experience be The Green Mile, because his partner handpicked it out for him and gave him a really good one and he loved it. So now he has like a positive experience with King and not like just some random book. Nicole says, do you guys have the Dune graphic novels? No, but I've seen yours and they're really cool. Nicole, I like them. If not, I bet Keaton would love them. I'm reading Dune next. Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see if maybe we could find those because I bet you he would really like them. And I mean, anybody who has spent that much time reading those books, especially with as big as they are, like you truly are a fan. And Keaton definitely is a fan. And he read them when he was pretty young too. I mean, he wasn't like, well, not the age I am now that I'm going to like read it for the first time. That's all I'm saying. He was much younger. Storm says, Mary Lou, yeah, sometimes I can remember if it's a favorite mystery and the killer stands out, but I still reread them. My mysteries are comfort reads. That's a beautiful thing. Everybody should have those. Heidi says, Jamie, I agree with you exactly on Agatha Christie mysteries. Faye says, Bunny, I'll watch that one. I'm glad. Alex says, if you don't like Dune, I recommend not filming a review. The old white men get very angry about that kind of thing. Alex, they got really angry with me talking about books that I loved, only because I didn't mention the books that they loved in that video. But the thing is like there will be other videos. Like I look forward to the next one that I can make where I give like another recommendations for science fiction, just because like that video was very personal for me and it was very meaningful and it was mostly well received. Like there are always going to be just a butthead or two on the internet, or I actually got way more than that. I got a lot of hateful people on that video, but I had a lot of really nice people too. And so those are the people that I want to make that content for, the good ones. And here's the thing, every mean and like negative comment that I got, I did reply to all of them. And I never like attacked people. I'll put it that way, but I did shut it down. Like every single negative comment that I got that I gave a reply to, no one ever came back afterwards because they couldn't. I like systematically went through why everything that they said was terrible and wrong. And I don't know. That's just the way that I handle things. And so far it's working for me. They says, Alex, 100%. Yeah, but isn't that sad? That's really sad. If you like, you can't be honest about the things that you enjoy and the things that you're not as big of a fan of just because they're mainstream and they're popular. And even if you were to just say something that's mainstream is okay, it's like, does that mean that you're also terrible? I don't think so. But then again, I'm a pretty rational person. I'd like to think I'm a rational person on the internet. Heidi says, Alex, you will love Dune. I believe I will. Then watch the 1984 movie version with Sting. Okay, I absolutely will. Did you like the latest adaptation where they're also making the sequel that's coming out? Because I didn't watch that one either. Dune is another one of those I completely stayed away from. I don't listen to anybody give a review except for Keaton. I'm going to listen to my partner when he wants to go and spend 20 minutes talking to me about his love of Dune, because that is what you do when you love someone. And I love him very much. And sometimes he needs to do that. The number of times we've been having a conversation and it like veers to Dune. That's all I'll say. Christina says, by the way, we did it. Who's next? So she got to 1,000. I think that's what you're saying. She got to 1,000 subscribers. That's wonderful. I mean, I guess any of us that haven't hit it yet, I am a long way away though from hitting 1,000 subs. That's going to be a while. Nicole says, they were wrong. I love the Dos Equis guy. I skip their commercials now. Right? Because they stink. They're not even fun anymore. Christina says, thank you. Mary Lou says, Jamie, I love Agatha Christie and reread them often. Like Storm said, they are comfort reads. Alicia says, rude. I like the Dos Equis guy. Zach says, I love the Dos Equis guy. Nicole says, they're new and the third one comes out in July. Very nice. And William says, I was introduced to Dune through the video games. A lot of people don't know they exist. I also don't know that they exist. So that's cool. Now I have something to go and look up. I like to look up gameplay of random old games sometimes that I know that I'm never going to play, just to see what they were and how they were like made. Faye says, I love replaying sweetly to replying sweetly to trolls. It's their kryptonite. Yeah, it's like, what are you going to do? I'm a nicer like I am being a kinder person to your hatred, and there's nothing that you can say to me. So good luck. And Alex says, I have a few negative opinion videos on some old popular sci-fi fantasy, and they're still mad. I still get negative comments every single week on my Lord of the Rings video. I posted it almost a year ago. Yeah, that to me is like crazy. But I also recognize, excuse me, that the algorithm it's going to keep pushing things out, which is good. I mean, we want our videos to get to an audience, but unfortunately that also means when they get bad publicity, like they keep getting pushed out also to people who like leave hateful comments, and it's just like you're basically playing roulette. It's the luck of the draw. Like you're always going to get some good people and some bad people, and sometimes it swings heavily one way or the other. So I'm with Nicole though. It's like it's terrible, and I don't think that that's right, and that shouldn't happen. Alex says, I delete comments with slurs, profanity, actively attacking me, but I respond to anything just generally rude. Yeah, that's fair. I will say that none of the rude comments I've ever gotten have said anything about like the fact that I'm a woman or like my appearance or like my age. Those things have never happened. Um, but I have had the comments of people being like, well, because you didn't mention this book or any of these books, you obviously don't have any idea what you're talking about. So you don't have a right to be making this content online. And maybe you should go and read these books before you decide to make anything else and provide recommendations to people. I have gotten those. Like just very intense anger at like, how could you possibly leave these out? These are so much better than any of the things that you're, you know, basically they're saying that they're better than any of the things that I'm recommending, which is hilarious because you know that they haven't read all of the things that I've recommended. And that's actually what I point out to them. It's like, that's great that you love those books, but I can guarantee you haven't read everything that I have on this list. So maybe you should go and check those out before you decide what you read is better than what I read. So, you know, but it's a shit show on online everywhere, unfortunately. I did make a promise to Keaton that if anything ever got like really bad, like if people started being like threatening or like generally really creepy and weird, that I was going to leave YouTube, because as much as I love this and I love you all, it's not worth anybody's like health or safety or happiness, like, you know, just to be on the internet. And that's just so sad, isn't it? Like it's sad that anybody even has to have those conversations. Fortunately, though, at least because I'm really small, like I have my wonderful community of people, like almost nobody knows me. It's not anything that I can't handle right now. Heidi says, yes, I like the new movie version of Doom, but that first version is visually stunning and very campy. Okay, I like that. I like camp. I also think that movies from the 80s have a certain quality that are just a lot of fun. I also am a big stickler on practical effects. That's something that I talk about all the time when I watch older movies. Is I'm like, oh, like look at those practical effects, or like look at the effects that they did in the camera, or look at those matte paintings. You know, like I get very bored with CGI, and believe it or not, that's one of the reasons why I don't like to watch modern horror movies. Is because if the like any sort of effect or like movement that's happening in on the screen is through a computer, I hate it. Like, because I can, to me, it looks fake, versus like some older movies like In the Mouth of Madness by John Carpenter is one of my favorite movies of all time. It has Sam Neill in it, and it's a just a weird. It's a weird horror movie, but I show it to everybody that I can in my life, and eventually, like pretty much everybody, when they see it, they're like, "Yeah, that was pretty cool," and it's fun because the plot is based off of novels. Actually, it's an author who is even more popular than Stephen King, and he goes missing, and Sam Neill has to find him. And that's it. That's all I would tell you about the plot if you haven't seen it. But In the Mouth of Madness by John Carpenter is the shit. And Alex says, like, I support posting negative reviews and sharing opinions. I just want people to know what they're getting into. LOL. Yeah, no, there's a difference between like a negative I would say there's a difference between a negative review and just sharing a dissenting opinion, because I don't know, like a negative review to me is like when somebody is just like out to attack something. Like there's a lot of content online of like people reading things that they know that they'll hate just so that they could talk about how bad something is. And then there's people who read something with the intention of loving it and then they end up not liking it. Does that make sense? And I think it's the same with comments that get left on people's videos. Is like if you go and you watch a video and somebody is reviewing a book that you ended up not liking, and you're like, oh, I didn't really like this, but I'm glad that you enjoyed it. That's very different than somebody being like, you're an idiot for liking that. How dare you? You have no taste in books. It's like, it's all about intent to me, but that's my 2 cents. Christina says, because you can list all the books in one setting, right? Um, oh no, I have completely lost the thread of what that comment referred to. My apologies, Christina. And Jamie says, my dad was a Dune fan, so I first read the books in fourth or fifth grade and watched the movies as a kid. Same with Lord of the Rings and the Narnia books. Oh, that's really cool. I like that. And that you got started really early with those. But you were reading them in the age group in which they were originally written for. Like me, a lot of those books I have to go back and reread as an adult. So like the impact for me isn't going to be anywhere near the same as like if I had read them as a child, because what you read in your formative years is always like so crucial in your like development and can be also later on for your taste in books as an adult. Alex says 4chan found one of my videos once, was a joyful few weeks, and I had to delete so much. Oh, I remember you mentioning that, and on your live show, and I remember you mentioning a lot of this on your live show, and I still think that that's terrible, and I hate the idea that that happened to you, and I'm so sorry. I really am. Alicia says, I love In the Mouth of Madness. Me too. Have you read Sutta Kane? I love that you said that. I like to say that sometimes too. Faye says, have you seen Werewolf by Night? It's Marvel, but the effects are practical, made to look like it was made in the 30s to 50s. No, I have not, but that sounds really cool. Not a big Marvel gal by any means, but if that is how the movie is made, I would definitely be interested in watching that because it's very different than other things that are made now. Alex says, oh, I really want to go back and read Narnia. I've only ever read the first one. I haven't read any of them, which is like a sin at this point. And I definitely need to. William says, I got a little hostile in the comments once watching an unhaul video for religious reasons. The preachiness upset me. I should have just left a thumbs down. And I do think that we feel emotions, like strong emotions about things, and we can have a visceral reaction about them. And I respect the fact that you have reflected on that and that you feel that way. I'm trying to think if I've ever left a negative comment on somebody's video. I don't think I have, only because I feel like it takes so much time, and I don't want to be angry, and I don't want other people to be angry reading the comments. So yeah, I mean, like moving on and leaving a thumbs down, and so it won't be recommended to you again, can be really helpful. But I respect, William, that you said that. Mary Lou says, oh, Alex, definitely go read the rest of the series. They are so great. Alex says, me. Want a buddy read them? We're probably the only two who haven't read them yet. I actually would. The only thing is I don't own them, so I'd have to get them from the library if we did it this year before I have the ability to buy books again. So just keep that in mind, because Keaton does not own those. But I wonder if I have a friend I could borrow those from so that I wouldn't have to go to the library. Do I have any? I would have to ask around, but I would be willing to do that, Alex. 100%. Faye says, then again, a thumbs down counts as engagement. Better just not to engage at all. It does and it doesn't, Faye, because when you leave a thumbs down on a video, it is telling YouTube not to promote those videos to you anymore. Not that it's necessarily going to be perfect, because if you've engaged a lot with people's content in the past and you've generally liked it, but there's one video you didn't like, it's not going to quit pushing stuff to you. But if it's somebody new that you've never watched before and you don't like it, I think that they take it and they're like, we don't want to show that to people anymore. I've had a hard time figuring that out, because I'll have videos where I like, most people are like, hey, I really like this, and I get like the one thumbs down, and it goes on like a series of videos, and I'm like, is that the same person, or are these different people who are just like, there's one person who's like, I don't like that. I can't figure it out, and I'll never know. Heidi says, I get upset when a booktuber disses a favorite book of mine because they will probably dissuade at least one person from reading it. That is the hard part. But the one thing I guess you could think about, Heidi, is if there's a booktuber who didn't like a book that you really loved, there is a pretty strong possibility that their audience may not have enjoyed it either. And that's something to keep in mind too, is like each of us is building a community of people who are generally like-minded. Like, sure, you could follow people who read things that are very different from you, but you're less likely to take recommendations from them anyway. Like, you might be watching their content just because you enjoy hearing them talk, not because that's a book that you would read. If you're following somebody because they do read books that you typically like, if they don't like something, there's a stronger possibility that you won't either. So I think that's kind of how I justify it, is like if I go to a channel and I find somebody hated a book I love, I'm like, well, they're not the same reader as me, and I probably won't like books that they like. Which is really funny because I have heard some booktubers say that they follow certain channels only because they know that those people have the opposite reading taste. So whenever that person says that they hate a book, this other person will decide to read it because they're like, oh, well, since they hated it, it must be something I'll enjoy, which is a really interesting way to handle booktube. But, it shows, it takes all kinds. And Nicole says most libraries have the omnibus. Oh, of the Narnia books. Okay, very cool. Alex says I don't own them either, but I think my mother does, and I can borrow them or the library. Well, cool. Hi, Keaton. That's my partner right there. Hi, honey. I hope you're having a good evening. Faye says, Heidi, same. Big booktuber in the classic circle ranted about my fave classic at every opportunity. No, and loads of people decided not to read it. I'm sorry, Faye. That is really disheartening. It's not fun because it feels like a personal attack when people don't like things that you enjoy, but and it can be so hard to like separate yourself from that. But I always try to, that it's like, well, there might be something else that I have enjoyed that they would like, and it was just for whatever reason that one book. I don't know, because that would be sad, and it has happened, I know, because I've gotten comments about it, but, like, if there's a book that I didn't like as much that people really enjoyed, um, they might be less likely to accept my recommendations as well, because 'cause they're like, "Oh, well, you're not like, we're not in the same." I don't wanna say the same level because that's not the right phrasing for it, but we're not, in the same mindset of the kind of books that we like. Robert says, "Booktuber, I listened to a few that didn't like a book, and I thought, I bet I would like that." There you go. Perfect example. Robert says, "That Keaton guy is the worst." Yeah, he does all those terrible things like bringing me food and making sure that I'm hydrated and loving me and being a good person. Terrible qualities. I don't know why I'm with him. Heidi says, Faye, what book? Just curious. And Keith says, oh, honey, I love you, you goober. And everybody else likes you too, because you're a very good guy. Faye says, A Tale of Two Cities. Oh, that's sad. I have yet to read that one, Faye, so I cannot comment on whether I liked it or not, but I would hope if I read it that I would like it. I don't know. And Faye says, hi, Alex says, honey. And Alex says, Robert saying people are like so boring, nothing happened, 2 stars, and I'm frantically putting it on hold at the library. Heidi says, I like Tale of Two Cities. Well, there we go. We got kindred spirits here. And Keaton, the face didn't come through quite right, but whatever it is, I hope it's happy tears or some type of, I don't know. It looks like a crying face to me. Don't cry, honey. I'll give you a hug in a bit. Oh, he's such a joker. I love him. Well, everybody, I got time because I didn't expect to be talking for so long. That was a really great conversation. I got time for one more sprint. I'll do a short one only because we're already almost at the 4-hour mark. So I'll do a 30-minute sprint. And Nicole is saying, hi, Keaton. Robert saying, Alex, a bad review of the Southern Reach trilogy had me buy the book the day after. Oh, I love that. And Storm says, I follow a couple booktubers who had opposite views. And so when they rave about a book, I'm like, I'll probably not like that one. That's fair. Alicia says, I haven't read A Tale of Two Cities either, but it's on my to be read list. Very nice. So let me see here. Do I want to ask one more question? I haven't given a food question tonight, which means that I have to now. And it's going to be a very simple one. You ready for this? Y'all ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. It's donut, bagel, or croissant. Do tell. It's very simple. Donut, bagel, croissant. And Nicole says, I feel called out, Storm. Oh, okay. I got the timer up, everybody. I get our last sprint up here. And I'm going to see you all in a little bit. And happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Sorry, I was just checking something really quick. Sorry about that. There we go. All right. So that was the last sprint of the night. Hope that was a good one for everyone. I asked you all the question, donut, bagel, or croissant? And I didn't expect that it was going to be such a difficult question, which I find to be even more hilarious. And before we left, Storm was laughing with Nicole and said, I'm here to personally let you know what to avoid. Alex says, I'm eating my soup dinner right now, so we'll be watching something during the next sprint. Well, I hope whatever you watched was fun. You said, OMFG, that is not a simple question, and you know it. No, it is not, and that's why it's fun. Mary Lou said, bagel. And on that note, I need to say goodnight. Thank you for the sprints, Alex. I'm sure she's long gone, but I appreciate you coming, Mary Lou. Robert says, bagel, toasted, butter. There you go. I personally like cream cheese on my bagels over butter, but I love butter on my English muffins. Nicole says, night, Mary Lou. And Storm says, donuts, though I need to stay away from them. I know they're so bad, but they're so good. Like, you can't not want to eat a donut. William says, croissant, light and crisp. Heidi says all three, but if I had to pick bagel, but still warm from the bagel shop. Yeah, I would have to agree with you on that. I do love a bagel, but I do not like cold bagels, and I don't like untoasted bagels. If I have to give an answer to this question, it's actually going to be croissant. But the only reason for that is because I don't get to eat them that often. It's like a treat for me. So like when I can get like a fresh baked one that's like from an actual like bakery or a really good restaurant, I'm like, yes, this is amazing. But in terms of just everyday life, what's the one that I'm most likely to eat? It's going to be a bagel. Alicia says hashtag team bagel. So I got team sandwich and team bagel. There we go. Faye says I can't eat any of the above anymore, but as a kid, donut all the way. Yeah, because can you have like gluten-free bagels? Are those any good though? Do they taste good? Do they taste the same? I don't imagine they probably do taste the same. Alex says donut, but it has to be a really good donut. All donuts are not made equal. I agree. I love bagels too. Bagel sandwiches are everything. Yes, if I make a bagel sandwich, this is what I put on it. So it's an everything bagel toasted with plain cream cheese, smoked salmon, and capers. Great time if you're a seafood fan, which I am. Jessica says, I'm here. Not sure how many more sprints. That was the last one, Jessica, but I'm glad you made it. Fixed the boo-boo. It was a plumbing issue. We tried to remove tap were the wrong way, and it didn't thread back to close it off. Oh, no. I'm glad that you were able to fix it, though, because that was, I'm sure, not fun at all, not being able to run water without it just spraying everywhere. You said, so we put a cap in the pipe and no more leaking. Note to self, only demo within my means. You know what? You tried and you learned something new. You learned it the hard way, but you learned something new. Robert says, hashtag I stand with bagels. Jamie says, everything bagel with butter and cream cheese or buttery flaky croissant with brie and sliced tomatoes. Oh, wow. That's like next level. Or good cake donut or jelly Bavarian cream filled donut. There you go. I like that you got specific with it, Jamie. You know exactly what you like. Alicia said, oh, that's a hard question. I would do donut if I'm in the mood for sweet things. Other times I would go have the bagel. I loved getting an Asiago bagel with cream cheese from Einstein Bagels. Oh yeah, Einstein, the national treasure. Zach says donuts. I usually go for a simple clear glaze, but cheese danishes are my fave in the category. Very cool. I'm also a big fan of just like a plain glazed donut. And depending on where you get them, like that's a staple. Like that's how you know whether a bakery that makes donuts is actually good at making donuts is if they do a good glazed one. Emily says, morning, croissant, any other time, glazed donut holes, though I'd take the whole donut too. I like that. Christina says, I like some donuts, like a cinnamon sugar with a nice mug of apple cider. Oh, yes, or apple cider donuts. Yes, those are so good. But that is a dessert. Bagels are snacks, but need to be smothered in cream cheese. Totally agree 100%. Angel said croissant, especially with honey butter or almonds. Now we're talking. Yes, that would be the quintessential, like going to a really nice restaurant or an authentic place, where they bake them and they have all the layers and they're made there every day. Love a good almond one, honey butter, amazing, or even just like a regular butter too. As long as it's a buttery croissant, you cannot go wrong. Faye says, I just read a chapter of Kafka's The Castle and did 2 Latin lessons on Duolingo, and now my brain is mush again. Girl, you've been going so hard tonight doing all that stuff. I mean, good on you. I'm proud of you for doing all of that, but you got to give your brain a break too. Please be sure to get some rest. Jessica says, Sigh, I miss all those. Pastries are not an option for me anymore. We don't have good alternatives here in New Zealand that are gluten free, although in Aussie, they do great mini donuts. I wonder, like, what makes their. Are you saying like the Aussie mini donuts? Are you talking about like the regular ones used to be really good, or they do a good gluten free mini donut there? Because if they're good gluten free ones, I wonder if you could learn how to make them. And Nicole says, Hi, Jessica. Storm says, No reading that time, but did edit a video that I'm currently uploading. Good job. Y'all are ahead of the game. My week has been entirely too hectic to film. Nicole says, Bagel because it's the only one I'd want daily, maybe. Yeah, I agree with you. Jamie says, Didn't do much reading, but I started Bring Up the Bodies. I also fed the 6 indoor cats, and I'm now eating samosas for dinner. Well, that sounds awesome. That's a good night right there. Storm says, I don't mind bagels if I'm making a sandwich with them. I honestly don't think I have had a croissant. Well, you must go get a croissant. They're amazing. But I would say they are not nearly as good cold. Like if you just go someplace and you buy like a package of them and you have to like reheat them, that's not the same. You got to get like a fresh one to have the true experience. Because I did that and I was never able to go back. Nicole says 5.5 audio chapters less, aka less than an hour. Well, there you go. You're doing it. Jamie says, I work at a food pantry, so I have lots of several day old bakery stuff, including bagels, croissants, and donuts, all just slightly stale. Well, you know what? Still edible. That's what I'm saying. Alex says, I've never had a good croissant. I would like to try one from a nice bakery sometime to accurately judge them. See, I was in the same camp as you, Alex. I used to think I didn't like them because I was like, oh, well, I've had them and they're cold and they're kind of hard and they're not really buttery and they're just over puffed bread. And then I had a really, really good one that was actually from, I'm trying to think, I think it's an Italian place near us, but they do like a breakfast and you can get like mimosas there and stuff. But every day they make fresh croissants and they do the buttered ones, they do chocolate ones, and they do almond ones. And I was in heaven in that experience. So yeah, you should really give it a try. And Nicole says, not what now I want fresh hot egg bagel with butter wrapped in foil. I mean, you could do it if you have those things in your home. If not, you have something to go and poke your family for in the morning and be like, let's go get some let's go get some food. Alex says, if you want to understand why I picked donuts, Google Diablo Donuts RVA and then come visit me and eat donuts. That is a challenge that I am willing to accept. You all have absolutely no idea just how much food that I can eat. And that sounds like a good time to me. I'm sure I'd be miserable afterwards, but I would have enjoyed the moment. Jamie says, we had yummy spinach and cheese filled croissant at the dining halls in college that I miss. Oh, that sounds really good. I wish we had had stuff like that. Jessica says, Aussies do great gluten-free food, full stop. They're so much more aware over there. Dang. Well, if you can get the recipes, that would be a good time. You said, I think the donuts I'm thinking of are what y'all call donut holes. Yeah, so if it's like the little ball versus like the donut with the hole in it, like that's the thing is like the donut hole isn't actually the hole, it's the part that you punched out to make the hole. I don't know why we call them that. And Faye says donut holes equals tidbits here. I like Timbits more. That's better, actually. That's a more fun name. Funner name. Jamie says 5 seconds in the microwave can vastly improve a store-bought croissant. True, it can, but it's not quite the same. Storm says no bakeries around here for me to try a fresh one. No. I'm sorry. Maybe one day if you end up traveling and you see someplace, you can be like, I heard one time I should get one, and then you could get one and see if you like it. Nicole says, no, where here makes fresh bagels, just Panera, and they just make a bagel shaped bread. Agreed. Now I will say their bread bowls, their sourdough bread bowls are my favorite bread bowls that I've ever had, but I think a lot of their stuff is overpriced for the taste and like the flavor and the toughness of the bread. But that's also coming from somebody who makes her own bread, and I really like to bake. And so like when you've done that and then you're like, "Oh, with just, like 3 hours of your time, you can make an entire loaf for a fraction of the cost of, like a couple slices of bread somewhere else." I got to changes your opinion about Panera bread. So there's that too. Faye says, I appreciate the French pronunciation of croissant, Alex. Thank you. I try it. Mostly I say it because I think it's fun, but two, I know that it's more authentic. So it might get grating at some point, but I can't help but say it. Jessica says, well, we're going to a concert tonight, Fleetwood Mac. Oh, dang! By candlelight, performed by an orchestra. Very exciting. That's so cool. I love that. I hope you have a wonderful time. I would so enjoy that. And Nicole says, me too. Wow, that sounds awesome, Jessica. The me too was for Faye. Oh, for my pronunciation. Jessica says, it will be awesome. I've wanted to go to one of their concerts for ages. They've done Queen, Michael Jackson, and other huge names. Dang! Yeah, that would be something I would totally take Keaton to if we had that here. You said, I really want them to do Tusk. Well, maybe one day they will. My fingers are crossed for you. Well, everybody, I know we're hitting the 4 hours and 40-minute mark here. So I think I am going to say thank you all so much for coming tonight, for hanging out with me, for making sprints wonderful and lovely as always. I had a really chaotic and hectic week. Today was pretty rough, but you all genuinely made it better. Like my heart feels happier having seen all of you. So thank you for coming and hanging out with me. And I hope you have a fabulous weekend and that you do something fun. Or if you don't go out and do anything, that you at least relax at home and get the rest that you so deserve after making it through a whole Monday through Friday. You all rock. I'm looking forward to seeing you soon. Hopefully, I'll be able to get that review out for Bunny. Hopefully, Sunday. We'll see. Good luck to me. Keaton says Tusk is one of my favorite albums. Faye says, good night, everybody. Good night, Faye. Robert says, good night, everyone. Good night to you, Robert. Alex says, I hope next week is better for you. Thank you. Me as well. And hope you get some rest, Alex. And I'll see you on Sunday for your sprint. So good night. Heidi says, thank you. Thank you, Heidi, for coming. Storm says, thank you. Thank you for coming, Storm. Jessica says, aw, we're here for you, Alex. Thank you, Jessica. I appreciate you. I hope you have a wonderful evening tonight. Thank you for coming. Emily says, have a great weekend, everyone. And as always, thanks, Alex, for the sprints. Thank you, Emily. It was great to see you. We had a lot of fun conversations tonight. Jamie says, thanks for hosting sprints. Thanks for coming, Jamie. Robert, giving a happy face here. And Nicole says, night, thanks. Thank you to you, Nicole. And again, congratulations to you. Hope you have a lovely evening. Thank you, Alex. And Angel, good night. Thank you so much. Bye, everybody.